What's up, cool people? How's everybody doing? Whoa, I just noticed there's something weird going on with one of my graphics here. Okay. You know what? I made a change to it in one scene, did not realize it was going to do that in all the scenes. Okay, well, I could figure that out some other time. Yeah. I know what I did. I changed the one background scene here that had all the fancy stuff to just have that. But then it also changed it for this scene. That's weird. Because, like, it's not even linked or anything like that. That's weird. Okay, well, I guess for this scene, I could just... Whoop. Hang on. If it'll let me, I can move that down here. Okay, anywho. We'll get this stuff figured out eventually. I just, like, I wanted it to look better in the gaming scene thing. But didn't realize how much it would affect this one, and I forgot to double check it. Anyway, okay, enough about that. Quick little story before we get into the normal stream here. I had a summons for jury duty that I went in to, you know, the court house or whatever, and like I showed up. I was, you know, in the selection process. They narrowed it from like 150 plus people down to 40. I was one of the 40. But then amongst that 40, they had us go in, learn a little bit more about the case, the people involved, and stuff like that. And from there, you know, both sides, plaintiff and defendant, asked us a couple of questions, and we, you know, were then, you know, just outside that room waiting for them to decide who they wanted on the jury. I did not get selected as one of the members of the jury, but like I was just a step before that. So there was a chance this stream maybe wasn't going to happen today. But as it stands, here we are with our normal, minus some technical stuff, our normal live stream with Bible study in Birth by Sleep, in that order. But anyway, now that I've talked a little bit about my day, I'm gonna roll the early Twitch ads and then we can hop into the Bible study. If any of y'all have anything going on that you want to talk about, let me know. I will be recording during most of the stream, but, you know, we could still have a conversation. Don't let that stop you. Alright. Twitch ads should start running here pretty soon. Okay. Now I'm just really hoping that I didn't, like, mess up too many other scenes. I mean, this scene was the reason I changed that at all. I literally just, like, cropped the image down so that it only showed the name instead of, like, all that other stuff that was along the sides and whatnot. I might expand it out a little bit more just to have slightly more than just, you know, the channel name or whatever there. But anywho, something I might be working on some more in the near future. It's a little detail, but, like, it seemed odd to me because, like, the way the gaming scene was before, it had all sorts of design stuff around this, some of which went, like, up, you know, vertically on the screen, and, like, just made things look kind of weird that I didn't have, you know, the name centered, and also, or like that I didn't have the design centered around the game window, I guess I mean. But anyway. Okay. Enough about all that. About to continue our study of 2 Kings. I will at least do chapters 5 and 6. I did look a little bit ahead. Chapter 6 kind of flows right into chapter 7, so I might include that, but we'll see how it goes. Okay. Ads should be done, so Bible study time. Here we go. So, we are currently looking at 2 Kings chapter 5. There's been a lot about Elisha, actually. I mean, the first couple of chapters were actually Elijah's exit from his prophetic ministry and actually ascension to heaven. And then Elisha taking his place and doing really even more miraculous things than what we've read so far about Elijah. So and it seems like there's going to be even more in this chapter. But oh yeah, there's also a little bit of like war going on with Israel and at least another nation, possibly multiple others. But yeah, let's hop right in, see what happens in chapter 5. The king of Aram had great admiration for Naaman, the commander of his army, because through him the Lord had given Aram great victories. But though Naaman was a mighty warrior, he suffered from leprosy. At this time, Aramean raiders had invaded the land of Israel, and among their captives was a young girl who had been given to Naaman's wife as a maid. One day the girl said to her mistress, "I wish my master would go to see the prophet in Samaria. He would heal him of his leprosy." Okay. So, actually, let me turn the music down a little more. So, this Naaman guy, good commander. It doesn't necessarily say much about his character as of yet, but he was the commander of a foreign army that apparently had some troops. I don't know if occupying is quite the right word, but had some troops in Israel at this moment. And this one young girl is actually the one who suggests that maybe he should go see. She says the prophet in Samaria, but I'm pretty sure that's assumed to be Elisha. Little note there at leprosy. Could say a contagious skin disease. Hebrew word used here and throughout this passage can describe various skin diseases. Okay. So it's not real specified what kind of skin disease that he actually had. Leprosy came up a bunch earlier in the Old Testament with a bunch of the laws on keeping things clean and whatnot. And yeah, it was... Leprosy, honestly, is a bit of a catch-all term for a lot of things. But usually some sort of disease or, something that causes typically skin, but occasionally other surfaces as well, to be like kind of discolored and or blotchy and all sorts of different things like that. Probably more specifically than that, the kind that could be contagious or spread in some way. So, not like some of the more genetic type skin discolorations that we might see. Anyway, so dude had leprosy, suggests he go see Elisha to be healed. And then we get to verse 4. So Naaman told the king what the young girl from Israel had said. Go and visit the prophet, the king of Aram told him. I will send a letter of introduction for you to take to the king of Israel. So Naaman started out, carrying as gifts 750 pounds of silver, 150 pounds of gold, and 10 sets of clothing. The letter to the king of Israel said, With this letter I present my servant Naaman. I want you to heal him of his leprosy. Wording there could be a bit better, honestly. Like, specifying more so that, like, he wants to see the prophet who would heal him of his leprosy. I guess I can understand taking the issue to the king of Israel first, though, just so it's out there front and center, totally clear that, yes, I am a foreign commander, but I am not here to do anything malicious. Note there at gold. Hebrew says 10 talents of silver and 6,000 shekels of gold. Although it has shekels in parentheses. Which makes me question a little bit whether it was supposed to be shekels. But 6,000 talents would be absolutely nuts. That's like almost, I think maybe somewhere possibly even in the realm of like amounts of gold that was used for, you know, parts of the temple in Jerusalem. But anyway, I digress. So, Naaman goes to the king, says, here's my business. I'm looking to be healed of this leprosy. Alright, verse 7. When the king of Israel read the letter, he tore his clothes in dismay and said, Am I God that I can give life and take it away? Why is this man asking me to heal someone with leprosy? I can see that he's just trying to pick a fight with me. But when Elisha, the man of God, heard that the king of Israel had torn his clothes in dismay, he sent this message to him. Why are you so upset? Send Naaman to me, and he will learn that there is a true prophet here in Israel. Yeah, again, like, why didn't the letter specify he wanted to see the prophet to be healed? It would have avoided this whole misunderstanding by the king of Israel, who might have been Joram at this time. That was the most recent one that I remember reading about. But yeah, it's like, no, you're not expecting the king himself to be the one to heal the guy. You want the prophet to do the healing. But the way the letter was worded, it wasn't stated like that. This is why it helps to be clear in your communication. Anywho. Alright, on to verse 9. So Naaman went with his horses and chariots and waited at the door of Elisha's house. But Elisha sent a messenger out to him with this message. Go and wash yourself 7 times in the Jordan River. Then your skin will be restored, and you will be healed of your leprosy. But Naaman became angry and stalked away. I thought he would certainly come out to meet me, he said. I expected him to wave his hand over the leprosy and call on the name of the Lord his God and heal me. Aren't the rivers of Damascus, the Abana, and the Pharpar better than any of the rivers of Israel? Why shouldn't I wash in them and be healed? So Naaman turned and went away in a rage. Yeah, the Jordan River was not known as the cleanest of rivers, especially based on this. But yeah, this is definitely not what Naaman expected. But this is what he got. So instead of like, okay, related to this, isn't it interesting how kind of like this, like, we might think that, oh yeah, you know, we'll do whatever as long as we know it's from God. But yet, when God doesn't come at us with what we expect, oftentimes, like Naaman here, we will get upset and not want to do what God says because it's not what we were expecting. So, yeah, it's... But before you know, sit there and say, well, Naaman's just being ridiculous, maybe don't jump to conclusions and be so judgy so quick. Anywho, so he's turning away from what he was told to do to be healed. And then we continue in verse 13. But his officers tried to reason with him and said, "Sir, if the prophet had told you to do something very difficult, wouldn't you have done it? So you should certainly obey him when he says simply, 'Go and wash and be cured.'" So Naaman went down to the Jordan River and dipped himself 7 times, as the man of God had instructed him. And his skin became as healthy as the skin of a young child, and he was healed. Then Naaman and his entire party went back to find the man of God. They stood before him, and Naaman said, "Now I know that there is no God in all the world except in Israel, so please accept a gift from your servant." But Elisha replied, "As surely as the Lord lives, whom I serve, I will not accept any gifts." And though Naaman urged him to take the gift, Elisha refused. Okay, so, eventually he gets convinced, as many of us probably do in situations where we similarly are like, well, this isn't how this is supposed to happen. What the heck? But then somebody else comes around and is like, okay, but if you were told to do this thing that's gonna be more difficult, and you knew that it was, you know, going to result in what you want, wouldn't you still do it? This is easy. So, at least give it a try. So, after that convincing, he goes to the Jordan River, and he's healed. Now, note there it's Sir. Hebrew says, "my father." But these are officers trying to reason with him. Unless one of the officers was his son. I don't know. Anyway. Then Naaman wants to give something to Elisha for the healing. But Elisha refuses. Probably at least in part because, I mean, that's not why he does this stuff. He doesn't do it for recognition. It's just because it's what God wants him to do. And the point of it is to glorify a God. So, I mean, Naaman has already acknowledged that, you know, he recognizes the power of the God Elisha serves. So that's all Elisha really needs or wants from this. Alright, verse 17. Then Naaman said, "Alright, but please allow me to load 2 of my mules with earth from this place, and I will take it back home with me. From now on, I will never again offer burnt offerings or sacrifices to any other god except the Lord." However, may the Lord pardon me in this one thing. When my master the king goes into the temple of the god Rimmon to worship there and leans on my arm, may the Lord pardon me when I bow too. Go in peace, Elisha said. So Naaman started home again. Okay. Oh. Naaman is apparently, fully convinced of the power of the Lord, the God of Israel, and is wanting to only worship the Lord, but recognizes that, hey, because of his office and his standing with the king of Aram and the typical practices of the king of Aram, he's like, okay, look, I know the king's gonna do this one thing, and it would be disrespectful and possibly dangerous for me to not bow in this situation. So, while I only want to worship the Lord, please, God forgive me when I do this. But otherwise, it seems like he's completely convinced that there are no other gods worthy of worship. So, sometimes it is the, big miraculous stuff that causes this to happen. Sometimes it is helping people when they're in need that directly leads to these kinds of things. So, lest you think that there's always a need to, add other things to what you do to help others, or, the things that you do to intentionally, give God glory. I mean, not always. Sometimes, maybe yes, but not always. Okay. Now we're looking at a different bit of story, or whatever you want to call it here. Moving on to a different topic, but still within the chapter, starting in verse 20. But Gehazi, the servant of Elisha, the man of God, said to himself, my master should not have let this Aramean get away without accepting any of his gifts. As surely as the Lord lives, I will chase after him and get something from him. So Gehazi set off after Naaman. When Naaman saw Gehazi running after him, he climbed down from his chariot and went to meet him. Is everything all right? Naaman asked. Yes, Gehazi said, but my master has sent me to tell you that 2 young prophets from the hill country of Ephraim have just arrived. He would like 75 pounds of silver and 2 sets of clothing to give to them. Okay, so I'm guessing that's a lie. Because Gehazi here is saying to himself that, man, there was all this stuff. Elisha really should have taken some of it. I mean, it might have even been something, along the lines, or, in the general realm of, whenever the priests in the temple or the tabernacle or whatever, performed offerings, there were certain parts of those that were set aside for them to be their food, and, but Elisha being a prophet, that's a different kind of thing, so it doesn't exactly work that way. I don't know, whatever his reasoning is, clearly Gehazi is kind of misguided. But he goes and asks for, says 75 pounds, which the Hebrew says a talent of silver, and 2 sets of clothing. Now, I mean, that's not a whole lot out of what Naaman brought. I'm trying to scroll back up here to see where it says. So, that's like 1/10 of the silver that was brought. But it's still 75 pounds, so, but still, like a tenth of the silver that was brought, and 2 of the 10 sets of clothing. It's not like he's asking for an absurd amount that would seem like, oh, yeah, no, this is completely... If there was this much you were gonna ask for, why not just ask for it at the start? But anyway, we'll carry on and see what else happens here. So he asks Naaman about, you know, receiving these things or giving them to Elisha. And then we get to verse 23. By all means, take twice as much silver, Naaman insisted. He gave him 2 sets of clothing, tied up the money in 2 bags, and sent 2 of his servants to carry the gifts for Gehazi. But when they arrived at the citadel, Gehazi took the gifts from the servants and sent the men back. Then he went and hid the gifts inside the house. If you gotta hide that stuff, not a good indicator that you're doing the right thing. But, you know, I mean, this is a totally different situation from, like, you just wanted to surprise somebody with something. Because this is essentially taking stuff from someone that you know your parents or master or whoever didn't ask for. Real quick, Deadly Dill Gaming, appreciate the follow. If you're watching right now, I hope you're doing well. Okay, so when Naaman says take, okay, he says take 2 talents, which the Hebrew said 1 talent up here, so it's like, yeah, it's maybe not the same wording, but same meaning, essentially. And then when they got to the citadel, the note there says the Ophel, which I'm not totally sure what meaning might be attached to that name. That's one of those things where I'd have to be a little more of a scholar of the Bible to know the full significance of that. But anyway, point is, probably a little ways off from where Elisha lived, Gehazi sent Naaman's men back, probably so that it would look a little less suspicious were Elisha to see him. But still, then he hides the gifts inside the house. I'm going to air quote gifts. Naaman intended them as gifts. Gehazi's intentions weren't so pure. Anyway. Okay. Or, I don't know, maybe his overall intentions were pure, but he's, like I said before, maybe he was just kind of misguided in his thinking. I don't know. Let's just continue on with verse 25 here. When he went to his master, Elisha asked him, "Where have you been, Gehazi?" "I haven't been anywhere," he replied. But Elisha asked him, "Don't you realize that I was there in spirit when Naaman stepped down from his chariot to meet you? Is this the time to receive money and clothing, olive groves and vineyards, sheep and cattle, and male and female servants? Because you have done this, you and your descendants will suffer from Naaman's leprosy forever." When Gehazi left the room, he was covered with leprosy. His skin was white as snow. Now, like, pale skin is a thing. Being that white, though, not normal. So, ultimately, since Gehazi took from Naaman what Elisha, his master, had refused, now he's been cursed. like when the man of God says to do something or not do something, it's a good idea to listen and not try to subvert that in any way. So, I guess even this whole bit, despite having a different, subsection heading, that was still kind of the same story, same chain of events. But, yeah, that's what we get for 2 Kings chapter 5. Okay. Live viewers, that is just the first chapter of 2, at least 2, that I plan to do today. Now, this chapter is where, like, the end of this kind of flows directly into the start of the next one. I don't know for sure if I'm gonna go all the way through chapter 7 by the time we're done, but we'll see. Maybe. Some week or another, I'm probably gonna do a third chapter, just because there's, well, partially, at least, because there's an odd number of chapters in 2 Kings. Chapter 25 is the last one. But, no big deal. Anyway. Lest I carry on with random thoughts like that, let's continue recording. Alright. So we got 2 Kings chapter 6. And, so let's see here. Elisha's now the main prophet of God in Israel. Like, after the kingdom split, the northern part of Israel, not the southern part that goes by Judah, because that was the only tribe that kind of, the rest all decided, nope, we're not gonna be subject to this king down here in Judah. So, yeah. Elisha's the prophet. He has done a bunch of different things. Last chapter was about the healing of a foreign army commander. There's been some other war, conflict stuff going on, rebellions, whatever. And Elisha has at least tangentially been attached to a whole lot of events. Even the fighting and things like that. But let's see what else happens in this chapter. If there's any more context that would help with a certain portion of this, I'll mention that as we get to it. So anyway, here we go, 2 Kings chapter 6. One day the group of prophets came to Elisha and told him, "As you can see, this place where we meet with you is too small. Let's go down to the Jordan River, where there are plenty of logs. There we can build a new place for us to meet." "All right," he told them, "go ahead." "Please come with us," someone suggested. "I will," he said. So he went with them. When they arrived at the Jordan, they began cutting down trees. But as one of them was cutting a tree, his axe head fell into the river. "Oh, sir," he cried, "it was a borrowed axe." Let me pause there for a bit. Okay. So, it has mentioned the group of prophets a few times in 2 Kings. I guess this was common practice for various prophets to, spend time together. Now I understand any who might have been, part of the king's court or something like that, ones that he would ask for advice, would tend to kind of group together. But it's not even made clear that these are other prophets of the Lord. So, they could be, or they just know that Elisha has done a bunch of these miraculous things, and so that's why they're spending all this time with him. Whatever the case is. Or maybe these were like pupils of Elisha. I don't know. In any case, this group wants a bigger meeting place. Sounds reasonable enough. They're gonna set one up by the Jordan River. Somebody loses their axe head in the river. And they're kind of distressed because it was borrowed. Let's continue in verse 6. Didn't realize the section there was going to be done so soon after that, but whatever. Okay, verse 6. Where did it fall? The man of God asked. When he showed him the place, Elisha cut a stick and threw it into the water at that spot. Then the axe head floated to the surface. Grab it, Elisha said, and the man reached out and grabbed it. That's kind of a weird method for getting the axe head, because you would think, like, the head of the axe is going to be made of metal. Not generally a buoyant material. So, this is one of those things that I'm not sure we could even try and scientifically explain. In any case, it has been recovered. So, I guess since so much of 2 Kings so far has revolved around Elisha, it's just kind of, giving us the details of another one of the miracles associated with him. But we'll move along to verse 8 now. When the king of Aram was at war with Israel, he would confer with his officers and say, "We will mobilize our forces at such and such a place." But immediately Elisha, the man of God, would warn the king of Israel, "Do not go near that place, for the Arameans are planning to mobilize their troops there." So the king of Israel would send word to the place indicated by the man of God. Time and again, Elisha warned the king, so that he would be on the alert there. The king of Aram became very upset over this. He called his officers together and demanded, "Which of you is the traitor? Who's been informing the king of Israel of my plans?" Alright, I will pause there for a moment. So, I guess Elisha is just getting all this from God. Otherwise, he would have to hear by some other means quite quickly in order to give the king of Israel enough notice to clear out a certain town or area. But whatever's going on, it keeps happening over and over again, to the point where the king of Aram thinks there's what might be called a mole among them, or a traitor, or somebody who is leaking information. But it's not stated that that's how Elisha's getting his information. So, let's read on in verse 12 and get more details. "It's not us, my lord the king," one of the officers replied. "Elisha, the prophet in Israel, tells the king of Israel even the words you speak in the privacy of your bedroom." "Go and find out where he is," the king commanded, "so I can send troops to seize him." And the report came back, "Elisha is at Dothan." So one night the king of Aram sent a great army with many chariots and horses to surround the city. Alright, so, yeah, not surprising, the king of Aram, who, is at war with Israel at this time, it's not surprising that that king wants the information to stop getting to Israel's king. Kind of hard to, really do well in a war or capture anything significant when the opposition continually knows where you're going to go. sip of water real quick. Oh, man. And now I feel like I gotta sneeze. Ugh. Okay. So, anyway, they're gonna send some people to Elisha's location. But, I mean, you would think if Elisha's hearing the other stuff like he has been from God, then he's going to be able to escape. But let's see what happens in verse 15. When the servants of the man of God got up early the next morning and went outside, there were troops, horses, and chariots everywhere. "Oh, sir, what will we do now?" the young man cried to Elisha. "Don't be afraid," Elisha told him, "for there are more on our side than on theirs." Then Elisha prayed, "O Lord, open his eyes and let him see." The Lord opened the young man's eyes, and when he looked up, he saw that the hillside around Elisha was filled with horses and chariots of fire. As the Aramean army advanced toward him, Elisha prayed, "O Lord, please make them blind." So the Lord struck them with blindness as Elisha had asked. Then Elisha went out and told them, "You have come the wrong way. This isn't the right city. Follow me, and I will take you to the man you are looking for." And he led them to the city of Samaria. As soon as they had entered Samaria, Elisha prayed, "O Lord, now open their eyes and let them see." So the Lord opened their eyes, and they discovered that they were in the middle of Samaria. Okay. Tell you what, let me read these next few verses, and then I'll give some more thoughts. When the king of Israel saw them, he shouted to Elisha, "My father, should I kill them? Should I kill them?" "Of course not," Elisha replied. "Do we kill prisoners of war? Give them food and drink, and send them home again to their master." So the king made a great feast for them, and then sent them home to their master. After that, the Aramean raiders stayed away from the land of Israel. So, in this case, I guess God used Elisha to just redirect all these people who were going to capture him to the capital city of Israel and, yeah, basically thwart their efforts in that way. Now, I wouldn't think it's like a really large contingent of the army that would be going to try and capture Elisha. He's one man. You don't send, like, hundreds of troops to go capture one man, generally speaking. So, with the relatively small numbers of these, you know, outside troops and their horses and whatnot, I guess, you know, that makes a little more sense than that the king of Israel wouldn't just immediately go on the attack for fear of his own life and his troops. Because they probably massively outnumbered these, you know, outsiders who came just for the purpose of capturing Elisha. But lest we be mistaken, this is all God's doing, because Elisha is praying for these things to happen. He prays, you know, to open the eyes of the young man so that he could see. It just describes them as horses and chariots of fire. But I think there's kind of the assumption that it's like angelic armies, or at least a spiritual army of some sort. Anyway, a heavenly army, I should say. That's probably even more so implied by the chariots of fire. And then Elisha prays for them to be blinded. Then while they are blinded, guides them to the capital city of Samaria. Then prays their eyes would be opened when they're at the point that they're, you know, not gonna really stand a fighting chance. But I will say, at least the king of Israel asked Elisha what to do. Granted, Elisha's the one who basically delivered these guys to the king. But still, rather than just being like, nope, these guys are outsiders, they're Arameans who've been attacking us, let's kill them. He asks Elisha, and Elisha's like, no, it's just a few men. They're basically prisoners of war now. Not, you know, opposing troops that we need to worry about in this moment. So then, because of that, and probably because of the spreading of the story, the Arameans stayed away from Israel for a while. But then we get to verse 24 here. Sometime later, however, King Ben-Hadad of Aram mustered his entire army and besieged Samaria. As a result, there was a great famine in the city. The siege lasted so long that a donkey's head sold for 80 pieces of silver, and a cup of dove's dung sold for 5 pieces of silver. Yeah, that sounds ridiculous, and I think that's the point. Like, what would you do with a donkey's head that it'd be worth all that? Or even more so, dove's dung? What? But, I guess they were that desperate and were improvising with whatever they could to just try and get by. Hebrews says that the donkey's head sold for 80 shekels. Okay, so that would kind of specify a little more what kind of pieces of silver. Usually when it says pieces in this translation, it's shekels that they're talking about. And the dove's dung sold for 5 shekels. Dove's dung may be a variety of wild vegetable. Oh, okay. That makes a little more sense. Like, than consuming literal excrement. Might have been a nickname for a particular vegetable. Like, sometimes we'll develop nicknames for different foods or plants or whatever like that. TV antenna, I see the hydrate redemption. Appreciate that. And Chrono is coming in with a lurk. Appreciate that too. Working on the moment, but got you tabbed up. Yep, thanks. I try to do that myself to various people. There's the hydration. Now, I will confess, I'm not, like, super reliably viewing any particular person's live stream. I have so many people that I've followed that it's just like, okay, well, pick one for now. And just keep it tabbed up in the background. But, I appreciate the support from y'all. Okay. So, let's move on to verse 26. Maybe get a little more detail on this whole siege situation and how it maybe gets resolved. One day as the king of Israel was walking along the wall of the city, a woman called to him, "Please help me, my lord the king." He answered, "If the Lord doesn't help you, what can I do? I have neither food from the threshing floor nor wine from the press to give you." But then the king asked, "What is the matter?" She replied, "This woman said to me, 'Come on, let's eat your son today, then we will eat my son tomorrow.' So we cooked my son and ate him. Then the next day I said to her, 'Kill your son so we can eat him.' But she has hidden her son." Okay, yeah, so again, even, further showing us the desperation of the people of Samaria during this siege. This almost has shades of the one trial that Solomon oversaw with the women and their two sons that were born like pretty much the same time, but one slept on their son and killed him by mistake. And anyway, this isn't quite the same situation. Let's see what happens here, I guess. Although, actually, before I move on, I will note, he is mentioning the Lord. Like, multiple kings of Israel would have had nothing to do with seeking the Lord in any situation. But it was mentioned before that Joram was at least less averse to seeking wisdom from the Lord, less worshipful of other gods than some of his ancestors or even just predecessors in general. So, still maybe not the most upstanding king, but better than some of the others. And the fact that the Lord is even coming up in this conversation is a clear indicator of that. Man. Okay. So, now we'll move on to verse 30 and see what else happens. When the king heard this, he tore his clothes in despair. And as the king walked along the wall, the people could see that he was wearing burlap under his robe next to his skin. "May God strike me and even kill me if I don't separate Elisha's head from his shoulders this very day," the king vowed. Elisha was sitting in his house with the elders of Israel when the king sent a messenger to summon him. But before the messenger arrived, Elisha said to the elders, "A murderer has sent a man to cut off my head. When he arrives, shut the door and keep him out. We will soon hear his master's steps following him." So, once again, Elisha, seemingly direct from God, knows that someone's coming after him. Also, again, like, I realize it's a desperate situation, but why does the king want Elisha's head in this situation? What does Elisha have to do with this? Now, I mean, unless he's thinking back to the previous situation when they let the Arameans go and thinking maybe that contributed to the current problem. But again, it shouldn't have been that many, troops, horses, whatever all went to capture Elisha. But whatever. So Elisha is telling the other, it says the elders about all this. And then verse 33, which is actually where the chapter ends. Maybe I should have kept going, but it seemed like something that should go on for a while. I will note this bit does carry into the next chapter. But anyway, so verse 33 says, "While Elisha was still saying this, the messenger arrived, and the king said, 'All this misery is from the Lord. Why should I wait for the Lord any longer?'" I mean, with how much had been attributed to the Lord in their previous situations, it's not exactly a ridiculous conclusion for the king to arrive at. Hebrew just says he instead of the king, which could possibly have been the messenger, but that's just from a grammar standpoint. Given what's said immediately afterwards, you would think that it's the king saying this. So that continues on in chapter 37. That was verse 30 something there. I was getting the verse number and the chapter number mixed up. Anyway, chapter 7 continues on from where verse 33 left off there. But this is an unfortunate fact of going chapter by chapter. If you were to read this on your own, I would highly encourage you to maybe not cut the story off partway through like that, but as that is where the chapter splits, that, I guess, is all we're going to get for now. Yeah, and this is directly related. So chapter's a little bit on the shorter side, and the following one, at least there's a section break. So I do think today it might be, you know, kind of appropriate to continue on for anyone who's watching live and listening and all that. Because I don't want to leave the story just cut off right there. Let me real quick, though, see how we're doing on timing of things. Yeah, there's an ad break coming up on Twitch pretty soon. I think I'll get that rolling so it doesn't interrupt our examination, so to speak, of the next chapter. Okay. So, those are rolling a little bit. You'd almost think this is one of those situations where it seemed pretty obvious to say, hey, the original Hebrew text says this chapter ends here. But I don't think there's any such footnote, or just note in general, in these verses. Anyway, also, this next chapter is only about 20 verses, so shorter than the past couple. I think we can manage that. Sorry, I'm also keeping an eye on my phone just for text messages and stuff. I have some moderately important things that I'm trying to, you know, stay aware of and possibly communicate with people or get communication from them. Okay. Twitch ads are almost done. Okay, but yeah. I will admit my throat's not feeling the greatest, but I could probably do a short chapter like this still. Okay. Let's continue. All right, so now we're looking at 2 Kings chapter 7, which the first couple of verses very much continue what the previous chapter said. So for context, there's conflict going on between Aram and Israel. Some Arameans even went to try and capture Elisha, but Elisha, you know, with help from God, essentially redirected those people to the point where they would have been captured. But but treating them more like prisoners of war. He instead says, no, just let him go back. But then a while later, the king of Aram comes to Israel and lays siege to the capital city, Samaria. It's real bad. The king of Israel now is, wanting Elisha dead because he's like, this is all God's fault. So I'm going to take it out on you since you're his prophet. But in response to that, then we get to what Elisha says in verse 1 here. Elisha replied, "Listen to this message from the Lord. This is what the Lord says. By this time tomorrow in the markets of Samaria, 6 quarts of choice flour will cost only 1 piece of silver, and 12 quarts of barley grain will cost only 1 piece of silver." The officer assisting the king said to the man of God, "That couldn't happen even if the Lord opened the windows of heaven." But Elisha replied, "You will see it happen with your own eyes, but you won't be able to eat any of it." Okay, so for reference, it mentioned in the previous chapter that a donkey's head, which may not so much be the literal head, maybe that was some measurement or something, I don't know. Anyway, it mentions these things that seem like they shouldn't be very much, selling for 80 pieces of silver. Or like this, some kind of vegetable apparently that was nicknamed Dove's Dung, sold for 5 pieces of silver. If something that insignificant was selling for 5 pieces of silver before, and now you've got 12 quarts of barley grain, or 6 quarts of choice flour, each costing only 1 piece of silver, that's a big difference. Because those are, we might not know exactly what was being referred to in some of those verses in the previous chapter, but I think it's clear just from how they're described that, barley grain is a fairly obvious thing. It's in some places pretty plentiful, but it's also very useful and very obviously useful to anybody. And so those selling for 1 piece of silver. Hebrews says 1 seah of choice flour will cost a shekel. And then 2 seahs of barley grain will cost a shekel. Similar kind of idea. You can look at those notes a little closer if you want, but it essentially gives the Hebrew unit and then like a metric system unit. But New Living Translation tends to, as much as possible, go with imperial units. Anywho, enough about that. So, yeah, there's going to be a major difference. And he even says it'll happen by the same time the next day. Tomorrow. That there's going to be this massive change. So, seemingly in the midst of that situation, then we get to this stuff in verse 3 here. Or maybe there's a bit of a break from that. I don't know. Anyway, let's move ahead to verse 3. Now there were 4 men with leprosy sitting at the entrance of the city gates. "Why should we sit here waiting to die?" they asked each other. "We will starve if we stay here, but with the famine in the city, we will starve if we go back there. So we might as well go out and surrender to the Aramean army. If they let us live, so much the better. But if they kill us, we would have died anyway." So yeah, definitely relevant to the whole siege situation. It's like, well, We got nothing here. There's nothing in the city. Shoot, we might as well give ourselves up. It's not like we have a better chance anywhere else. Note there at leprosy could just be rendered as a contagious skin disease. Kind of a catch-all term for various things. But still, skin disease that is, you know, contagious and not just something like we might see in some... There's like certain genetic things that cause skin discoloration. This is not that. This is contagious, like actual disease that is harmful and can spread. Anyway. Okay, so these guys are going to see about giving themselves up. And then we get to verse 5. So at twilight, they set out for the camp of the Arameans. But when they came to the edge of the camp, no one was there. For the Lord had caused the Aramean army to hear the clatter of speeding chariots and the galloping of horses and the sounds of a great army approaching. The king of Israel has hired the Hittites and Egyptians to attack us, they cried to one another. So they panicked and ran into the night, abandoning their tents, horses, donkeys, and everything else as they fled for their lives. Let me keep going a little bit more. When the men with leprosy arrived at the edge of the camp, they went into one tent after another, eating and drinking wine, and they carried off silver and gold and clothing and hid it. Finally, they said to each other, "This is not right. This is a day of good news, and we aren't sharing it with anyone. If we wait until morning, some calamity will certainly fall upon us. Come on, let's go back and tell the people about the people at the palace." Sorry. So, it turns out that God had essentially driven the Arameans away. Perhaps with that, like, heavenly army or whatever it was in the previous chapter. It mentioned, you know, that the people who were coming to capture Elisha, in the midst of that situation, there were a bunch of horses and chariots of fire that were on Elisha's side. Or more accurately, the Lord's side, but Elisha being a prophet of the Lord. Anyway. Perhaps it was those horses and chariots that were involved in this situation. Now, I guess the Arameans assumed that it was the Hittites and Egyptians, possibly in the people of Muzur, a district near Cilicia, instead of the Egyptians, maybe. But anyway, I assume those are mentioned because they were notably strong armies. I don't know. But in any case, they assume that they're under attack and need to flee for their lives. So they just abandon everything, don't pack up the camp because they don't think they have time to pack up the camp. And that all then gets left behind. So these men with leprosy who were going to give themselves up find all this there, just abandoned, enjoy some of it for themselves, and then realize, hold up, this is good news for the city. We've been enjoying ourselves here, but we need to spread the good news. So, then in verse 10, so they went back to the city and told the gatekeepers what had happened. We went out to the Aramean camp, they said, and no one was there. The horses and donkeys were tethered and the tents were all in order, but there wasn't a single person around. Then the gatekeepers shouted the news to the people in the palace. You know what? I'm just going to keep going. The king got out of bed in the middle of the night and told his officers, I know what has happened. The Arameans know we are starving, so they have left their camp and have hidden in the fields. They are expecting us to leave the city, and then they will take us alive and capture the city. One of his officers replied, "We had better send out scouts to check into this. Let them take 5 of the remaining horses. If something happens to them, it will be no worse than if they stay here and die with the rest of us." Okay. I guess I could understand the king's skepticism here. But the men with leprosy report to the gatekeepers, who then tell the people at the palace, and now they're going to look into it. King's skeptical, so they're going to send some scouts first. That was me combining send and scouts there for a second. Anyway, they're going to send some scouts to check it out. Make sure that it's all actually okay. And that they're not just going to get attacked when they go to try and get the stuff. Or that the Arameans are going to then take over the city while they're outside of it. Alright. Then we get to verse 14. So 2 chariots with horses were prepared, and the king sent scouts to see what had happened to the Aramean army. They went all the way to the Jordan River, following a trail of clothing and equipment that the Arameans had thrown away in their mad rush to escape. The scouts returned and told the king about it. Then the people of Samaria rushed out and plundered the Aramean camp. So it was true that 6 quarts of choice flour were sold that day for 1 piece of silver, and 12 quarts of barley grain were sold for 1 piece of silver, just as the Lord had promised. The king appointed his officer to control the traffic at the gate, but he was knocked down and trampled to death as the people rushed out. So everything happened exactly as the man of God had predicted when the king came to his house. The man of God had said to the king, "By this time tomorrow, in the markets of Samaria, 6 quarts of choice flour will cost 1 piece of silver, and 12 quarts of barley grain will cost 1 piece of silver." The king's officer had replied, "That couldn't happen even if the Lord had opened the windows of heaven." And the man of God had said, "You will see it happen with your own eyes, but you won't be able to eat any of it." And so it was, for the people trampled him to death at the gate. So that same officer that had made that comment to Elisha about it basically being impossible is the same one that saw the people rushing out and was actually ordered to try and get it under control, but then got trampled to death. Therefore, seeing evidence of what Elisha said, but not being able to partake in any of it because he got trampled to death. Like, I would say you can't make this stuff up. Maybe you could, but who's gonna think of something like that to make up? So yeah, that is how the whole siege situation comes to an end, and now Samaria is in much better shape. I'm not going to say better shape than they were before the siege, but at least things are good now. And that will do it for 2 Kings chapter 7. Okay. And that will definitely do it for Bible study in today's stream. I'm just switching over to this scene while I switch my own setup over to video game stuff. There's still 50 minutes till the next ad break. I'm probably fine. Alright. Getting the game set up here. Background music can go away. Alrighty. This scene right here is the whole reason why this one looks like that. I was doing a thing to make this look better and not have all these, like, shapes and things that didn't really make much sense for this specific scene. But anywho, let's see here. I need to make sure I load up the correct save file. I was working on some stuff as Ventus on Saturday's stream. But now I'm heading back to Terra's save file to do more story progression. Let me make sure I change stream information and stuff on Twitch here. Give me just a sec. There we go. That's all done. Alright. So, I should be getting pretty close to the end of Terra's storyline here in this game. I don't want to eat up too much time explaining the situation before I get into any recording. Okay, so it's not even gonna let me land there. I would guess I'm supposed to go back here. And I'll explain why I think that is once I start recording, which is gonna be right about now. Alright. So, back with Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, and probably finishing up Terra's story soon. After going to Neverland and then Destiny Islands, Terra kind of got summoned by Xehanort, so I would assume this is where I'm supposed to go.
Master Xehanort, you wish to see me?
There is no time to lose. I've terrible news. Ventus has stumbled upon the secrets of his origins.
Ven? Yeah. I just saw him. He passed right in front of me. What happened?
Ventus is on his way home. If you could have seen the fury in his eyes. I'm certain he's capable of anything. I fear the boy may attempt to force the truth out of Ericus. Master Terra, you must hurry back and see to your friend's safety.
Of course.
Don't you think Terra would have been following Ven anyway? Unlock the Dark Impulse command style. Interesting. But, I gather Xehanort felt the need to interject his version of the story before Terra would go follow Ventus and do whatever's about to happen here. But we know from Ven's playthrough that Xehanort was the one who told Ven about his origins and, like, basically got him questioning Ericus. So, again, further deception.
But you must exist no more.
Ven!
What?
Master! Have you gone mad?
Terra, I command you, step aside.
No!
You will not heed your master?
I won't!
Why do all my attempts to reach you fail? If you don't have it in your heart to obey, then you will have to share Ventus's fate.
Enough, Terra! He's right!
Quiet!
Terra,
You may be my master, but I will not let you hurt my friend!
Has the darkness taken you, Terra?
wait, Terra!
We're gonna have to fight Ericus now. I could see this not going great, maybe taking multiple attempts.
You're done! Say goodbye!
Rapid rest kind of thing. Okay.
Prepare yourself!
Want some?
I doubt that's gonna do much.
Stop!
Oh, okay. Ooh. That was one
Gather!
chain of attacks can do that much damage. Okay, well that all missed.
Thunder!
Prepare yourself!
I wonder if I should be trying to reflect those back. Do anyone So far, this is not as bad as I thought, but maybe there's going to be more than one phase to this. Oh, what now?
Let the darkness die!
So long!
Well, yay for shot locks at least. Oh, and I'm not going to have a D-Link option, apparently.
Let the darkness die!
Okay. Blocking there was a pretty good idea.
Weak!
Okay, I can't attack right now.
Let the darkness die!
Oh, geez. Okay, being real close to him when he does that, not a good idea. There's Cure. There we go.
Prepare yourself!
Gather!
Yeah, I don't see that doing too much.
Let the darkness die!
I definitely thought this was going to be worse than it has
Prepare
been.
yourself!
Worse as in more difficult.
Thunder! You're done!
Just have to be pretty strategic about this.
Say goodbye!
You know, be ready for counterattacks attacks and stuff like
Let
that.
the darkness die! Prepare yourself!
Definitely. Oh, jeez. Okay, this could be an issue. I wondered if that would hurt at all. And I guess the answer is yes. Oh, jeez.
Let's go. So long. Heal.
Oh, jeez. Glad I moved a little bit and that caused him to miss. But jeez.
Weak. Let the darkness die.
Whoa, what is this? Jump. Okay. That was actually kind of easy to avoid, not gonna lie. That, on the other hand...
Heal. Heal.
Okay, don't get too aggressive in this part.
Gather.
Oh, come on, really? I was doing so well, and then it just... boom. Couple of quick little combos, and...
Let's go.
Prepare yourself.
Say goodbye. Want some?
Oh.
Take that.
Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself.
You're done. So long. Heal. Want some?
Let the darkness die. Weak.
Take that.
Alright, yeah.
Let the darkness die.
I gotta say, this is going quite a bit better than my first attempt did. Well, then again, my first attempt was fine right up until about this point in the battle. Come on.
Gather.
I was not trying to use Thundar, I was not trying to use Magnet there, I wanted to use Thunder.
Prepare yourself.
Okay, so this is the thing where I got the fire pillars or whatever following me around.
Let the darkness die.
Okay, now he's gonna do the light thing. I pressed jump too soon and then was like, I should probably stop.
Let's go.
Let the darkness die.
say goodbye! Heal!
Prepare yourself!
Yes, by all means, send more projectiles my way that I can deflect back at you.
Prepare yourself! Prepare yourself!
Heal!
I just really don't want to lose at this point. Especially due to something entirely preventable, like, you know, not healing enough. Alright, what you doing now, Ericus? It didn't do any damage. Why did that not do any damage? Is it just bad timing?
Let the
Or what?
darkness die! Let the darkness die!
I'm trying to be careful about this, but that seems to be hurting me as much as it is helping.
Gather!
Prepare yourself!
There we go. Yes, please, more of this.
Thunder!
Let the darkness die!
Okay, now getting real close there. Not a great idea. Okay, there we go. Finally.
Could you?
More HP is helpful.
What have I done? Master, I just wanted to keep Ven safe.
No. You were right. I failed you, Terra. Perhaps I've no one to blame but myself for the darkness inside you. And now, I've done worse. Raised my Keyblade against you and Ventus. My own heart is darkness.
I don't think that's just his heart doing that.
Master Ericus.
What a sight. Why do you trouble yourself with remorse, Master Terra? The man was bent on doing harm to your friend, his own pupil.
Master Xehanort, why?
You know, at times I find your progress quite striking. But you still fall short. Let all that anger out, my boy. Give your heart over to darkness.
What do you mean?
Still so blind. Then I will make you see. Come to the place where all Keyblade wielders leave their mark on fate. The Keyblade Graveyard. There you will watch your dear Ventus and Aqua meet their ends. And the last light within you will die.
So now he ain't even gonna try and hide it. He's just outright like, yep, I'm the villain.
You won't need a home anymore where you're going.
What? Xehanort!
That's a kind of familiar sight. Someone's home getting utterly destroyed by a giant portal or vortex or whatever of darkness. That was what happened with Sora and them in the first game.
Ven, Aqua, I won't let him hurt you.
Or at least you'll do your best. Chaos Ripper. That's a heck of a name for a Keyblade. Keyblade with long reach that does little for your magic, but provides an outstanding boost in strength. Xehanort's Report 8. Okay. And on to the Keyblade Graveyard, I guess, which is what the Badlands actually were. It just outright decides to rename them then. We'll overwrite this save file because that's the older one. Alrighty. I'm still wondering about all this stuff that looks like craters and whatnot. And like, it's the kind of carnage I'd expect to see left behind if, you know, Sephiroth were here casting Meteor. Okay. So yeah, should be getting very close to the end of Terra's story now. Elixir there. Yeah, the Keyblade Graveyard is, I mean, it was definitely the last world we went to as Ven, so one would think it's going to be similar here for Terra. Yes, my favorite part. Honestly, this was the few places I had any issues with the regular battle with Ven.
Stop! Here!
Well, that didn't hit anything.
Gather! Thunder! Ha, ha. Say goodbye!
Oh, great. More enemies. Still, somehow.
Stop! You're done!
Kablam.
Here!
aren't actually that difficult. Once you know the gimmick of those particular enemies. Guess I might as well do as many of these fights as I reasonably can, so that I can be better prepared and leveled for the whatever the final battle happens, which I have no clue what that'll end up being as Terra, because I would think it's not going to end up being a fight against Vanitas like it was with Ventus.
Want some? Take that! Say goodbye! Take that!
That's weird.
Stop!
It's almost like he's moving really slowly. Even before I use stop, I mean, he's moving really slowly. Okay. Oh, I totally should have taken a look at that other Keyblade. See if that would, you know, help me out in any way.
Gather! Want some?
Come on.
You're done! Thunder!
Oh, jeez, really?
Stop!
These things can be kind of annoying
Heal!
when they're giant sized like this.
Let's go! So long!
I'm like, well, I'll do as much as I can with the shot block. Okay. There we go. Maybe should look into using a D-Link. Are there any... Yeah, there's a few that I just straight up haven't used before. Good grief.
Gather!
Well, we may want to save the actual use of any
Want some?
D-Links until I maybe need some healing. Especially if I need healing and don't have a cure spell of my own available. Now. Jeez, Aloo. Speaking of cure.
Heal! Want some? Gather!
Yes.
Say goodbye!
Jeez.
Thunder!
Ah, come on! These enemies with their projectiles that... Anyway. That's what I was afraid would happen. Okay, hopefully the battles I already made it through are still off the map. It looks like that's the case. Alright. Ooh, hello. Sticker thing. Yeah, okay. I mean, these guys, even giant sized, aren't too bad, but they're like the most basic numbers in the game. So, eh.
Stop!
None of them stopped. Not a single one. What the heck?
Heal! Gather!
I don't like this. I don't know.
Thunder! Thunder! Drift!
Gosh, come on. These airborne enemies can be so annoying to get to sometimes.
Heal!
Use that right then. I had no need to.
Thunder! You're done! So long! Drift!
How did that only hit one of them? Come on now.
Heal! Thunder! Thunder!
Okay. But that wasn't even the battle that I lost before.
Thunder!
Wow, okay, yeah. Magic power really is low compared to attack. Based on what's happening here.
Want some?
Maybe I should try and balance that out a little more. Come on. Gosh, these guys, these enemies, can be so annoying. Airborne enemies. Not the easiest matchup for somebody who's more attack focused. Especially when said attacks tend to be on the ground.
Want some?
Leveled up again, nice. Extra magic and defense, that's helpful. Okay, real quick. Want to make sure that I look at this new Keyblade that I got. -2 magic? Dang. Okay, I don't know if I want to go that far with the strength to magic imbalance. Jeez. That's 3 and 6. I mean, losing 2 strength, gaining 3 magic, or I gain 5 strength and swap that with a loss of magic power. Ugh. You know what? I've been doing more attacking, though. This is probably a terrible idea. But let's see what happens. Shall we? Hey. This is what got me before. Not these particular enemies, but this battle. I think.
Want some? Stop!
Yeah, that only hit one. My magic stat affect how much I can heal?
You're done!
Okay, it's like they changed the enemies in that battle for some reason. Maybe it's just randomized. Oh, you got overtaken by one of these little twister things? Well, guess what? Now you just encounter a random group of enemies. We're not gonna say anything or give any kind of indication as to which enemy types they'll be.
Gather!
Well, okay. I wasn't sure that was gonna hit them while they were up in the air like that. The fact that these enemies are moving really slowly helps me out a lot. And yet I can still get hit by that if I'm not careful. Alright, third hit in the combo leaves me vulnerable for sure. And... ta-da. Yeah, so it really was just that one group of enemies with the projectiles that were the issue. Because, of course, it's always projectiles that are the issue. Alright. Let's visit the shop here real quick. I bet you I can actually buy some stuff that I've been missing for a while. But I want to make sure it's stuff that I'm actually missing. Oh, now I can't afford much. Nope. Any of the ones I'm missing, I cannot afford. So it would seem... Okay. I mean, other than maybe some of the items and stuff. Press X for a burst of speed. I think I have that already. I don't know why it would give me more of those. Whatever. I guess just so you can meld them and make better versions of them. Okay, saving! Tell you what. I think I'm actually gonna pause recording for a sec, run some Twitch ads, take a quick break. and then come back to finish this recording and then maybe move on to the next one. Okay. Of course, that part I will edit out of the recording. Anywho, alright. I'll be taking a quick break myself as well, so see you in a bit.
changing who I am. I'm making a new plan. rearranging my life, and I won't look back ever again.
You ain't see me activated. You better hope that you never see me agitated. I think about my actions, plan them out, evaluated. That's how I end up on the top, man, I'm calculated. My mind's a weapon, my body is the engine. I'm never second guessing, I just do what I was destined. Cause I feel I got the blessing, persistence and obsession. That's how you keep progressing, I already learned that lesson, yeah.
I'm changing who I am. I'm making a new plan, rearranging my life, and I won't look back ever again. You can't stop what's moving. You can't stop what's moving. I'm changing my life, and I won't look back ever again.
No fear, see clear, you deserve to be great. I know it feels like things get in your way. Push through those walls and the others will fall. Sit up, stand tall, you can get through it all. I need some energy, anxiety's no friend to me. I have a short memory, I don't really remember things. That's how I move on, that's how I stay strong. A new day's on, I'll keep moving right along. And I feel like the pain in the past, it needs to stay in the past. You gotta take off the cast. I wanna feel like I'm a new person. I wanna have clear vision and purpose. And I feel like the patience lasts. If you can move on and past the things that make you feel bad, and you can change in your brain, I'm certain. I've done it before and man, I'm not perfect.
I'm changing who I am. I'm making a new plan, rearranging my life, and I won't look back ever again. You can't stop what's moving. You can't stop what's moving. I'm changing my life, and I won't look back ever again.
Okay. Apologies if the pause was slightly longer than expected. But now, it is time to resume Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. And unpause my recording. Okie day. Well, I guess we've reached the end. Or, you know, the final showdown. At least it was when I played as Ven. I imagine there will be many similarities in this scene to what we saw before. All three of them are going to meet up. But just them two first.
I was told the master was struck down.
Yes, that's right. I was stupid and helped Xehanort do it. The Master. He tried to hurt Ven. I only fought because I wanted to protect him. But I was tricked. Xehanort set the whole thing up.
Yep.
Also, he could awaken the darkness inside me.
Yeah. And,
You were right, Aqua. And so was the Master.
you know,
I did need to be watched. I went astray. But no more.
there's also Xehanort trying to set up the whole
What else is darkness but
fight
hate
with
and rage?
Ven and Vanitas.
Xehanort is feeding the dark
Keyblade War
fires within
thing.
you, making you fight. You'll go astray again. Tell me, how does that honor our master's memory, Terra?
Xehanort wants me and Vanitas to fight. And make some kind of Keyblade. But the Master said we can't let that happen. And he tried to destroy me for it.
Keyblade?
I still don't know exactly what it is. But it scares me to death. Even just the thought of it.
Relax, man. We're here, and we're gonna take care of you.
I may have to fight Vanitas after all. If I do, guys, I want you to...
The three of us can never be torn apart, all right? I'll always find a way.
I'm asking you, as a friend. Just... put an end to me.
And then these two come along.
Behold, these lifeless keys used to be full of power, united with the hearts of their masters. On this barren soil, keyblades of light and darkness were locked in combat. As a great keyblade war raged,
It does make me wonder what exactly makes a Keyblade
countless keyblade wielders
Possibly
gave up their
loses
lives,
power.
all in search of one ultimate key. And it will soon belong to me. Keyblade!
I'm guessing they've seen absolutely nothing of what Xehanort can do, other than, I mean, Terra obviously saw the whole, like, swallowing up of the land of departure.
Aqua!
Now I'm just kind of wondering what fight may result here.
Ben!
Also, are those all the, like, supposedly dead Keyblades?
Ben, are you okay?
Literally nothing broke in that fall. Seems questionable. Okay. And yeah, we see Mickey there a little. Nothing ever really was explained about Mickey being there. Okay. Now is where it's a little different. previously, from this point on, it was focused on Venom.
Admirably done. I knew this was a journey you could make. Over the unseen wall that divides darkness and light. And I was not wrong, Terra!
My friend, Ven. You tell me, Xehanort. What did you do to him?
Why, I did him a favor and freed the darkness inside him. Alas, you adventurers never have the fortitude for such strenuous trials.
Xehanort!
Okay. Defeat Vanitas and Xehanort. Wait, I gotta fight both of them? Hang on. That doesn't seem fair.
Let's go.
I'm gonna try to just focus on Vanitas first and maybe get rid of him. If I can. Come on. Okay, cannot block that.
Heal.
Boost. Not good.
Thunder. Thunder.
Yeah, Vanitas seems a whole lot easier to deal with.
Drift.
Too slow. Too slow.
Too slow, eh? Then
Too slow.
how come I'm hitting you?
Too slow.
Probably should have blocked there instead of
Too slow.
boost.
Heal. Thunder. Thunder. You're done. So long.
Gotcha.
Well, there goes Vanitas. But I'm sure that's just gonna...
Go take what Ventus owes you, and take Aqua's life.
Yeah. Maybe now it's just
You
gonna
see
be
how
Xehanort.
powerless you are to save them. Savor that rage and despair. Let it empower you.
You will pay, Xehanort. Was my master? No. My father, Ericus, not enough for you? Leave my friends alone!
Yes, boy, that's it. More. Let your whole heart blacken with anger.
Interesting. Is it gonna start me off kind of like it did against Ericus? No. Lame. Ooh, okay. Definitely do not dash into him. Well.
Feel the darkness.
I probably can't block that. Oops. Oh shoot, it didn't let me heal because of...
Taste defeat.
Not good, not good. Gotta wait now before I can heal. I'm not gonna try and be aggressive in the meantime.
Feel the darkness.
Heal!
Okay, better.
Gather!
Concede.
Okay. Heal again.
Taste defeat.
Alright, so far, these attacks aren't actually all that bad. If I don't block in time when he tries to do that thing. Ow. Nope, okay.
Concede.
Heal! You're done! Say goodbye!
That didn't really give me much of a chance to avoid that attack.
Concede.
Yeah, I feel like I'm mostly going to be fighting from a distance here. Fighting at a distance.
Feel the darkness.
Yeah, hello. Definitely don't want to let that hit me. Okay.
Taste defeat.
Yeah, really? More of this? Oh, come on. Come on. No. That was so close.
Feel the darkness.
Aha. Okay, that was way easier than I thought. Unless that's just phase one.
Oh, there. You see? The Keyblade has been forged.
Then!
And now, Terra, it is time for the final union.
What?
At last, our moment is here. Out with the old and brittle vessel, and in with a younger, stronger new one. I swore I would survive, and be there to see what awaited beyond the Keyblade War. And now it is your darkness that shall be the arc that sustains me!
So, I'm guessing Terra thought, like, his armor there would protect him from whatever darkness Xehanort had in mind. Oh, well, yeah, now he's got the gray hair.
This heart belongs again to darkness. All worlds begin in darkness, and also end. The heart is no different.
Oh, really?
Darkness sprouts within it. It grows, consumes it. Such is its nature. In the end, every heart returns to the darkness whence it came.
And that's exactly what Ansem, or more accurately Xehanort's Heartless from the first game, says to Sora.
Your body submits, your heart succumbs. So why does your mind resist?
Okay. Defeat Xehanort and take back your body. Well, this ought to be interesting now.
You have lost! What? Enough! Yield!
I suppose if I have access to that, it's only fair that he does.
Enough! Enough!
Some ability to stop that combo would be nice, but whatever.
Yield!
But it literally gives me no opportunity whatsoever. I guess I have to block it. Oh, so I can block that. Interesting. There's a lot that I can block, apparently.
Enough!
Oh, come on! I tried to move or dodge or something and it didn't let me. What was that? Alright, let me retry. That was, yeah.
Enough!
Ouch. I really hate it when the issue is just broken game mechanics and not actually anything that I'm doing wrong in the battle. Okay, it is indeed possible to block that too early. Oh, come on. Looks like this is going to be a ton of blocking. And then healing.
You have lost!
Holy cow! That's quite a lot of damage I took there.
Enough!
hey, I can do that darkness thing too. Kinda. Oh, come on! The whole lack of breaking or stopping combos. Absolute worst feature of this game compared to the others. Oh, come on! I wasn't even trying to block there necessarily. I wanted to dodge. But if you do anything in this battle at the wrong time, you're just, I don't know, straight out of luck. You got no recourse, no other option. Feels like I basically don't even have any opportunity to actually use any of the skills. My turn.
You have lost!
Yeah, no. Anytime I try to do something besides block, dodge, or whatever to evade his attacks, I get hit and end up worse off for it.
You have lost!
What is going on here?
You have lost!
You. This way. There we go.
You have lost!
Fred.
Enough!
What the heck? So much of this just doesn't really seem fair. So many situations where I basically can't do a thing against whatever he cooks up. Heal, yes please. What the? Bruh, that was nowhere near me and yet it still hit. Shot locks like a... No, well, I have shot locks. I mean, I don't get the D-links like I normally would. And then there's that, where, like, I could maybe block some of them, but then I might just get hit by others. And there's so much of this that is just straight up unfair. How do you... And I basically can't even attack unless it's a counterattack. Like a direct counterattack against what he does. Like I've got to block something and then specifically... This is not how this game series is supposed to operate. Where you are basically helpless to actually do anything of your own in the battle. I even blocked that stuff, and I still got hit! Okay, that was me pressing the wrong button. I'll admit that. Good golly! This battle is infuriating with its mechanics. Because it's so massively different than pretty much anything else in the rest of the series. There might be some other battles in this game that have some similarities to this in terms of, like, not being able to stop certain attack combos and just little things like that. But this battle just proves that those issues are actually really serious problems that could ruin the game experience for somebody. It would be great if I actually had any power to affect the flow of combat here. And now because I countered at the wrong time, I'm getting hit by a combo. And it's always combos in this battle. Nothing is just a one-off thing. And now that he's continually running around, I don't even get 2 seconds to do my own shot lock here. Did he? He just healed. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, yeah, that should kind of sort of be fair. But literally does not happen in, like, any of the games. Is that healing? Maybe not. Certainly didn't seem to have much of an effect. If it was, in fact, a healing thing of any kind. I blocked right there, doggone it! It's bad enough I have to deal with the stupid minor mechanics of this game. Never mind when the game straight up won't do what I ask it to! Ah! Then I get caught in a combo just because this game wants to be stupid and not give me any sort of agency in this battle. And now I'm dead. Ha! Come on! This... I guarantee you, you put this into any of the, you know, entries 1, 2, 3, and how those operate, I would have beaten this first or second try. Because there's minor little wrinkles to the combat in this one that don't allow you to do even half as much that requires any, you know, level of skill or interrupting or anything of that sort. Like, it just kind of leaves me screwed over like that, causing you to be open to an attack just because you blocked and countered at the wrong time. That is literally unheard of elsewhere in the series. Like, it would at least give you another chance to block and then react accordingly. Come on. Sometimes I block the first move, and it lets me get an opening. Other times, I block the first move, counter it, and then I can't do squat. Again, this is not how the game is supposed to work. Like, let me freaking do my counters and stuff. And do them consistently. Okay, now, let me see. I'm like, if I can actually do anything here. That one particular move with, like, the basically meteor type thing going on. He keeps healing back to that same amount of health. What was I supposed to do there? And the combos that... And the fact that there's no skill in this game, or attribute, or whatever you want to call it, no ability that lets you survive a combo like the main games, it makes this 1,000 times harder. Hello, people in live chat. Sorry for the ranting and raving about, actually mostly ranting about what I think is so bad in this game's combat. But I gotta be honest, it is darn near ruining the experience for me. I was not trying to do that move, I was trying to block. I didn't even have the control stick pressed in any given direction. And just because it has an approach from a different angle and doesn't have me turn to face him, I get hit there. That's another dumb thing. And now because he interrupted my healing... Nope. Ah. Yes, this is still me as Terra. This is literally the end battle. But it's being dumb because of the minute mechanics of this game that you don't really notice until it's a problem. Like the fact that it'll leave you stuck if you counter at the same time, at the wrong time. Or just all sorts of other things. Just,
Enough!
Granted, if I could survive a combo, because of the nature of it being the same combo, like I could in pretty much any other game, none of this would be an issue.
You have lost! Enough! Yield!
See, that time, it let me get a counter in, but a lot of times it doesn't.
Enough!
And there's nothing I can do about that freaking attack. See, in that time, it didn't let me block. It's like I have to block within a certain part of that sequence. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
You have lost! Yield!
The guard wasn't even done, and it had me get hit. I blocked, but the first hit out of that, for some reason, went around me and behind me, and thus... it didn't work. It's not the way that it was supposed to. See, look. Because the only thing I can consistently do to deal any reasonable damage, or any notable damage I should say, is just the shot lock. And all while I was trying not to get hurt by that, he was there healing himself. Even if I dodge away, it won't let me do anything about that one attack where he comes up from the ground.
You have lost!
This battle is insane. And not because it actually should be that hard.
You have lost!
Like, it's got these, you know, difficult attack patterns that are hard to recognize or anything like that. It's just because the game doesn't work like it's supposed to. Or maybe I should say, it doesn't work like it should.
Take this!
Oh, jeez. No, thank you. And I can't hit him while this is going on. That's stupid. Please, more of the shooting stuff at me.
Sink into darkness!
Okay, except that.
You have lost!
I probably didn't need to heal that bad. Oh, I should totally have done my shot lock while this was going on.
Enough! You! Enough!
Okay. I'm maybe getting apologies for the slight lack of commentary, but apparently I gotta like super duper lock in and you know, also have a few attempts where I've maybe recognized some of the attacks, how they work, what I can do in response to them or not, and other things of that sort. I wasn't even trying to do the whole slide dodge thing. I was trying to block. Oh, come on. Stay locked on, doggone it. If I end up losing now because of stupid stuff like that. Granted. Okay, I'm like... I was gonna say, granted, if you ask me, most of the attempts where I lost, it was because of stupid stuff. Xehanort's Report 11. Alright, so now what? I won. Shouldn't I be regaining control of my body? Then again, who knows what this is? explain much. One would assume in the meantime, Ventus had his fight with Vanitas. Keyblade was forged but not completely.
Aqua.
And then, I don't know.
Then, one day, I will set this right.
Okay. And that's what we get from Terra before it rolls the credits. Definitely less hopeful, I would say, than it was with Ventus. Because at least with Ventus, you had him, or at least his heart, kind of like joining with, meeting, whatever, Sora's. Or at least that's what's implied. That here you just have Terra, or like he's just saying he'll make things right, but that doesn't really say much. I don't know if there's too much I'll need to go back and do as Terra, because honestly, since last week, you know, there was a stream I did in between getting chests and stickers from all the different worlds. Well, I can't guarantee that I got everything 100% in the Keyblade Graveyard. But I mean, if I were to go like full completionist on this, there's more that I would need to do than just that stuff. I imagine there would be certain things with the command board I might have to do, and maybe even the racing or the other battles that are in the Mirage Arena thing, whatever that's called. But the next thing I'm going to do is actually start off Aqua's story. To those who are watching live, this is the first recording of the day. I would rather at least get another one where I start Aqua's story before I would get into any kind of side questing or anything. Alright. Okay, I wondered if I should expect another scene or not. Apparently no. Report completion says 53%, but that's including all of, like, you know, any kind of combo stuff with D-Links or any, like, there's all sorts of stuff that's more than just the chests and stickers that applies there. Anyway, okay. Let me save this. So I've got my endgame save file to work off of here. data saved. Be sure to hang on to. Yep. So anyway, next bit of recording, I will be playing as Aqua. If I go to the Trinity Archives real quick here, how is it only 49% complete? It was at like 30 when I went through as Ventus. I don't know, whatever. Again, if I want to go pure completionist, that's when I worry about these things. Otherwise, meh. Okay. Now that I'm not recording for a sec, I guess I have a few minutes before the next Twitch ad break just to look at the chests and stickers and see if I got everything. Reports. Story, done. Duh. Secret reports, yeah, whatever. Game records, whatever. Treasures. I am somehow missing one from the Keyblade graveyard, doggone it. I have collected all the stickers, though. So there's just one little chest in the Keyblade graveyard that's missing. Tell you what, let me move that over here. Oh, is it actually giving me outlines of some of this stuff now? And where it should go? I don't know. Rainbow's gonna go... I don't know. I feel like that should definitely be up in the sky. Balloons can go there. Okay, whatever. I'm just placing these somewhere for now. What up with these cones? Why are there so many cones? There's too much stuff. It's Sonic Blade. Interesting. Balloon. Somewhere around here. Okay, whatever. It's in a semi-annoying spot. Of course it is. Okay. Where? Twister Trench, yeah. But the twisters might all be gone. Okay. Never mind, we're good. Yeah, I don't know why the twisters didn't show up. Maybe it was just because this is... like, this is the most recent thing that I've done in the game. But yeah, that should be it then. Reports. Treasures, done. And that's all I really care about, I'd say. For now. I got all kinds of commands that I could equip or whatever. If I was really focused on going completionist, I'm sure I'd have to do more stuff with those too. But yeah. Back to the title screen. And let me go ahead and run those Twitch ads. Before I hop into that, I might actually need to step away from for a second myself. I just like, I'm getting a little sweaty. I had my heater turned up because it was pretty cool last night and the day or so prior. But yeah, now it's a little too hot, so give me a sec while I go turn down my heater. Okay. I also wonder if having the bedroom door closed is making the whole heat distribution situation different. Because I will say, after I finish streaming and open that door back up, it's usually like feeling a lot cooler in there than it does in here. Okay. Ads should be done. So, time to start recording again and start the Aqua playthrough. Alright, so I have completed the game as Ventus and as Terra. It's now time to start another file and play as Aqua. Which, skipping the introduction, I think it should lead me directly to the character selection. Yeah. Okay. Yep, it even says complete for those two. Alrighty. Aqua. I don't know, I hear that playing as Terra is actually supposed to be the most difficult, so maybe I've got the hardest part of it out of the way now. And once again, we're at the Mark of Mastery. There, the Mark of Mastery exam.
Today you will be examined for the Mark of Mastery.
I don't want to skip it just in case there's some slight detail that's different.
But this is neither a competition nor a battle for supremacy. Not a test of wills, but a test of heart. Both of you may prevail, or neither. But I am sure our guest, Master Xehanort, did not travel all this way to see our youngest prospects in years fall short of the mark. I trust you are ready.
Yes.
Then let the examination begin.
Don't worry about me. You two focus on the exam.
But Ven, you're in danger here. Go wait in your room.
No way. I've been looking forward to this. Seeing you two become masters. I'm not gonna miss it now.
He can take care of himself. He's been out there training just as hard as us.
Yeah.
Stay sharp, Ven.
Also, hello in the live chat, Al Nevermore. Yes, you came just in time to see me start the Aqua playthrough.
Freeze! Yeah!
Jeez. Based on when I used her G-Link with the other characters, she might have the best finisher out of any of them.
Take that!
So, since you asked, Owl, I'm pretty good. There was a chance that I was gonna end up having jury duty, but I went to the thing today where they chose out of the pool of people for that, and I was not selected. Command style stuff, yeah. We already know. Or at least I do.
That was unexpected. But one must keep a still heart even in the most trying of circumstances. It was an excellent test, one I chose to let unfold. Which brings us to your next trial. Now, Terra and Aqua, the two of you will face each other in combat. Remember, there are no winners, only truths. For when equal powers clash, their nature is revealed. Begin!
I always thought, like, the way he describes that, kind of assumes they're equal. Which might be true, but, like, could be a bit presumptive. I don't know if it showed Xehanort grinning like that before.
We have deliberated and reached a decision.
After the whole thing.
Terra, Aqua, you both
Terra
performed commendably.
In the
However,
darkness.
only Aqua has shown the mark of mastery. Terra, you failed to keep the darkness within you sufficiently in check. But there is always next time. That is all. Aqua, as our newest Keyblade Master, you are entitled to certain knowledge. Please wait here for further instruction.
I would imagine this is where things start to deviate a little more.
Terra, I'm sorry.
At least after this conversation.
The darkness. Where did it come from?
What do you make of Ventus?
He ain't gonna cut it. Somebody's gotta break that loser in.
Not here, you won't. I have to keep up appearances.
I know that. He just needs a little incentive to leave home.
Sorry. But I need some time alone.
And insomuch as you are now Keyblade Master, you must always be conscious of...
Be conscious of what?
What happened?
Anyway, so yeah,
I don't know.
the fact that she got,
Why isn't Ven here?
you know,
Very well, then.
approved or whatever.
I will send my
Fact that-
pupils to investigate.
The fact they say
Yes,
she
I
obtained the Mark of
understand.
Mastery and Terra didn't
Farewell.
kind of implies that maybe they're not quite equal.
That was
Like I
my
was
dear old friend
commenting
Yen
before.
Sid. As you know, he is master no more, but he still keeps a close eye on the tides of light and darkness. His counsel serves as signposts
This we saw.
on the road we wielders of the Keyblade must walk. All the more reason then for concern, for he tells me the princesses of heart are in danger, not only from the forces of darkness, as you may assume, but also from a new threat, one that feeds on negativity. Fledgling emotions that have taken monster form. Yen Sid calls them the Unversed. As wielders of the Keyblade, you are tasked with striking down any who would upset the balance of light and darkness. The Unversed are no exception. I tried to pass this news on to Master Xehanort, but my repeated attempts
Like
to
I
reach
said,
him
sticking
have
with
failed.
this just in case
I doubt there is any connection, and
it
yet
differs a
this
bit.
all troubles me.
Master Xehanort is gone?
So here we are. I need you two to get this situation under control. Eliminate the Unversed, and find Master Xehanort. I have unlocked the lanes between. You may use these forbidden pathways to travel between this world and countless others. The darkness looms closer than usual within these spaces, but your armor will protect you. Lastly, remember that order must be kept. You cannot tell anyone there are other worlds. Now go, and fulfill your duty.
Yes, Master.
Terra, consider this an opportunity. A second chance for you to change my mind.
What?
You must know, I care for you like my own son. If I could have my way, I would name you Master in a second. But how can I, when you are so obsessed with power? Terra, you mustn't be afraid of losing. Fear leads to obsession with power, and obsession beckons the darkness. You must never forget.
Thank you, Master. I swear, I will not fail you again.
Master, I best be on my way.
Wait, Aqua. Before you depart, I have one other, well, call it a request of the utmost priority.
Yes?
I told Terra this could be a second chance to show the mark of mastery, and I meant it. However, that flicker of darkness he displayed during the examination, I can sense it runs very deep. If those powers were to prove too much for him to handle, I want you to bring him back to me at once. It's for his own good. I could not bear to lose any of you to the darkness.
Of course. I would never let that happen. I promise you I will bring Terra back. Only this time, you'll see he has what it takes to be a master. He's not as weak as you think.
So, like, there's all this talk about, you know, light and darkness, especially Ericus saying, like, you know, darkness is bad and all that. And, like, yes, there's bad stuff about it if you can't keep it under control. But, like, we kind of see from Riku, even in Kingdom Hearts 2 in a way, that, like, it's not necessarily all bad.
Yeah.
Wait, Ben!
So, if there's any...
No, he mustn't.
If there's any part in all this where I am in, like, maybe kind of sort of agreement with Xehanort, it's
Don't worry, Master.
mostly just that, like, you can't be so obsessed with shutting out darkness, that you're afraid of it, and that you, like, you know. But anyway. Of course, Riku is definitely an anomaly in that. Okay. Stuff about D-Links. Already know. Aqua has D-Links with Ven and Terra. I only have one option. Did I only have one option with the others too? I forget, honestly. Okay, saving. Real quick. Definitely in a different spot. Different save file. Okay. Castle of Dreams. Visit. Okay. I have been asked to turn myself up a little bit. I'm only gonna do a little bit, because, like, I'm sure there were times earlier when people might not have wanted me to be so loud. I was getting a little frustrated with the final battle as Terra. And I was definitely louder, just speaking louder.
Wait! Aqua!
Terra! Terra, Ven ran away from home.
What?
I think he left to go find you. Do you have any idea why?
No. Actually, just before I left, he tried to tell me something. I should have listened to what he had to say.
Oh. So, did you manage to locate Master Xehanort?
No, but it seems he's looking for pure hearts filled with light.
Pure hearts filled with light.
All I can tell you is that his search hasn't taken him here.
All right. I'll stay and see if I can find more clues.
Okay. The prince is in the ballroom ahead. He might have some answers.
Thanks.
Aqua!
Hmm?
You still have the same dream?
Well, yes.
There's this girl here. Her name is Cinderella. She made me realize how powerful it is just to believe. No matter how impossible things seem, a powerful enough dream will always be enough to light the darkness.
Mm.
If you see her, give her my thanks.
Will do. He'll be all right. He won't give in to it.
Okay. Gonna do my usual looking around before I go and talk to the prince. But yeah, so like okay, it won't let me go there. I do wonder a little bit if, you know, especially just after clearing the game as Terra, if, you know, things like that where, you know, he still kind of had in mind the power of, you know, of dreams and, you know, that kind of stuff like he described it. I wonder if any of that was what helped him be able to at least have his mind not fully consumed by the darkness / Xehanort's control. Although I don't know how much I should be talking about stuff like that in case people want to watch this in a different order than I play through it.
Who are those ladies?
Oh, if I recall correctly, that is Lady Tremaine, and those are her daughters.
There was something very wrong about them.
You came back.
Huh?
Oh, my apologies. I was mistaken.
Your Highness, I found this on the palace stairs.
A glass slipper.
One dropped by a lovely young lady, and I'll search far and wide to find the maiden to whom this belongs.
You will?
Of course, Your Highness. After all, you finally found someone whom you wish to marry. Upon hearing that happy news, your father, the king, has decreed that a quest shall begin immediately throughout the kingdom, and I will start with the closest residence, that of Lady Tremaine.
Lady Tremaine. I'd better pay her a visit.
And now I've got a map. Didn't even have to get it from a chest. So yeah, I mean, it was definitely like Terra's, I don't know, loyalty or whatever you want to call it to Ven and Aqua and his concern for them that ultimately played the biggest part in like him somewhat resisting Xehanort's full control, but I wonder, like, I'm just kind of wondering if that ties into the conversation that he just had with Aqua in that, like, you know, protecting them or like them staying together or whatever was part of like his dream, so to speak. Or, you know. It would have been great if those enemies weren't blocking them. I also need to use Aqua's shot lock. Well.
Gotcha.
I guess now's a good enough time. Did that seriously not, like, register enough targets quick enough?
Take that. Freeze. Come on.
I feel like I'm doing so little damage compared to, you know, when I was near the end as Terra. But of course, being near the end of the game, of course you're going to be stronger and dealing more damage. Okay, now maybe it'll let me go over here. Nope. Not yet, anyway. Okay. This game really does not want to let you be a completionist all in one quick, smooth run where you don't even have to. Then again, most Kingdom Hearts games make you go back for subsequent visits later on just because, like, you know, there's certain abilities that you need to access certain chests and things. In pretty much any Kingdom Hearts game, so definitely shouldn't act like this might be any different. You know what? Okay. Once I get outside, maybe I should also use a D-Link. I'm not great at remembering that those exist, and I should use them in combat to make them even more helpful later. Oh my gosh, I did not expect it to throw this many enemies at me right here before I get out the door. Okay. Don't see any treasure off to the sides of the door here. Anyway, I'm not like ignoring the live chat. I'm just also not paying super close attention to it just because of, you know, combat stuff that's been going on. But I guess I shouldn't expect to run into enemies out here where there's a save point. Oh, sure, now it gives me enemies.
Gotcha! Win! Yeah! Yeah! Ta! Yeah! Yeah! Ha! Ta! Yeah! Ha! No! Yeah! Win! Yeah! 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 Ta! Yeah! Ta! Yeah! Win!
Enemies being in the water not really helping. I guess her finisher changed a little bit with the D-Link, although I guess that's normal. Okay, more magic. How did you beat?
Win! Yeah! 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 Yeah!
Okay. So, kind of, sort of trying to read notes from chat, but
No!
not easy during combat, and I also don't want to just sit here and read all that stuff while I'm making progress like this.
Gotcha! Yeah! Yeah! Win! Yeah! 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 Ta! Yeah! Ta! Yeah! 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 No! Yeah! Ta! Yeah! Freeze! Take that!
Okay, now she's back to her regular commands.
Yeah! Yeah! Thunder! Ta! Ta! Freeze! Farewell! Yeah! 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 Ta! Ta! Come on! Yeah! Ta! Yeah! Thunder! Yeah! Yeah! Farewell! Yeah! Ta! Ta! Freeze!
Oh, come on, I jumped. How did I still get hit by that one attack? I jumped. And really, like, I was in the air for that initial shockwave part, too. weird. It's almost like with her shot lock, it doesn't give you enough time. Or it's like it doesn't select the targets quickly enough to hit the maximum before you run out of the time. And it would... 'cause I think you're not really supposed to get any of the, I don't know, extra bonus action move things, whatever you want to call it. Unless you get the full shot lock within the designated amount of time. Still more. I am definitely noting that Aqua's dealing more damage with her magic than with physical attacks. I thought for sure there would be a treasure right there. Oh well. Okay. I think that is all the fighting that I'm gonna get out here in the courtyard. Save again real quick. Okay. Wow, really? They both did the thing where they, like, hide in the ground. Right as I was about ready to use them. Come on, man. This might be a good idea to get D-Link up and going. Let's see what it gives me as Terra. Oh, sure. Played a bunch of times then and didn't get a upgrade thing, then I'd beat just like a few enemies as Terra, and or with Terra's D-Link, I should say. I'm not seeing any chests around here. Well, there's that one. Except it's a mimic. Of course it's a mimic. Oh, there's another save point here. Okay, whatever. Switch today. Other ones, second hand. Bad stick drift. Ah. Well, glad you could get something new that doesn't have so much stick drift at all. Yeah. Okay, this one's a legit treasure, not a mimic. Okay. Magic recipe. Alright. I didn't see any indication of any other treasures, so I guess I'll head on in. Or do whatever happens in this cutscene.
Our humble home, my lord.
Quite so.
May I present my daughters, Drizella and Anastasia?
As I feared, there's darkness here.
Wait! It's dangerous to fight the darkness with light, my dear.
Who are you?
Cinderella's fairy godmother. I appear to those who believe that dreams come true.
Then I'm honored. But why would you advise me not to fight darkness with light?
Strong rays of sun create dark shadows. Sadly, Lady Tremaine and both her daughters are jealous of Cinderella's charm and beauty, qualities that appear to you as light. Jealousy is darkness. Light and dark go hand in hand. You can't have one without the other.
Then, what should I do?
It's quite simple, dear. One of Cinderella's friends is trying very hard to keep her light from fading. I want you to join little Jacques and help him.
I can do that.
You'll need a bit of my magic to help, Jacques. Come back and see me when you're ready.
Why wouldn't you be ready right then? I mean, I guess I could say it again. And yes, Jacques is a rat, but, you know, he is trying to help.
Bippity boppity boo!
Of course, it doesn't say, but isn't Ven also trying to help at this point? Still? Maybe not. No, because I guess once Cinderella got to the ball, his part was kind of
Are you okay?
Flinderelli, step muddy locker in a rum. Gotta let her out. Gotta save Flinderelli.
Let me help you.
Suck, suck. Oh, that's not like Ben Vans. Did you ever meet a Ben?
I'm Aqua. But tell me how you know about Ven.
Us a friend. Good friend. Van help a Jack fix a Flinderelli to rest.
And where is he now?
Look of a friend. Other
I
friend.
gotta say, this world in particular, I guess.
I see.
I guess it's kind of the case with
Ven,
most
you
of
must
them.
have just missed Terra.
Can't understand why.
This one in
No, he's
particular, it's like if you play as Ven, then Terra, then Aqua, you get the story in sequence of what happens here. Maybe not quite so much with some of the other worlds. But there is definitely a continuation
No. I said not a flurry.
that, like,
It's all right.
there's
Leave
like
it
a
to me.
timeline
Jack, don't lose that
that
key.
if you combine all the events that happen with each character, you can kind of see.
Yeah. Freeze. Yeah. Take that.
Alright, he's running. Go, Jacques, go. Oh, jeez. Oh, okay.
Take that.
Yeah, so Ven does his thing, helps with making the dress, Cinderella goes to the ball, then Terra steps in,
You're the only ladies here?
keeps them safe at
There's
the
no one
ball,
else
and
you
then then we get Aqua's stuff.
Come on, hurry, Jack.
Yeah. It's just like,
Oh,
who are you?
would it be all right if I tried on the glass slipper?
I met you at the palace. Unfortunately, you are not the young lady the prince is looking for.
But I am a girl. I should at least be given a chance to try it on.
Who are you? And what are you doing in my house?
She's probably here to rob us.
Mother, do something! That girl does not live here. I have only 2 daughters. I believe we're finished here, Your Grace.
Regardless, she means no harm. Here you are, my dear.
Jack, hurry.
Your Grace, please wait. May I try it on?
Pay no attention to her. She's just an imaginative child.
Madam, my orders were every maiden.
You should let her go first.
Thank you.
Just gets a hint with the last step, and
I
that's
actually
it.
want to thank you for teaching Terra he needs to keep believing.
Oh?
What will I do?
Please, don't worry. You see, I have the other slipper.
I must say, this particular scene feels a lot more dramatic in the actual movie. Probably just because of the
Perfect fit. I must inform the prince immediately.
At least the
You will
backing
come with
music
me,
in
of
the
course.
movie, I
be
think,
happy
contributes
to.
a lot to that feeling.
It's not fair. She's a scullery maid.
Mother, are you just going to let them leave? No. Cinderella will be put in her place.
What's that? What happened? Where is Cinderella?
She was attacked by a creature, a monster in the forest.
A monster?
Fair point. Like, the orders were every maiden, but, then again, I mean, his reasoning for initially not wanting to have Aqua try on the slipper is kind of valid, because, like, he already knows that's not who he's looking for. But, like, then his hesitation later on with it, I don't know. That's what seems a little odd to me.
This is what happens when you go against my wishes.
The darkness in their hearts overtook them. Go.
And then there's this. Be ready to block. When it specifically tells you that, it might be important. This thing really doesn't like to stay still. Ow. I suppose that's when I should have been ready to block. the other things that it like kind of done. I don't see those doing anything right now. Well, okay, now maybe that I'm a little closer to that. Oh jeez, no. Is it seriously just gonna keep doing that? Nope. Okay. I thought maybe it was attempting to like absorb these dudes and gain some health from them or something.
Thunder! Freeze!
No, thank you. This for a while, Spellweaver's gonna run out, whatever. I'd rather that than take a bunch of damage from whatever move this is.
Freeze! Thunder!
And I missed with Thunder, I guess.
Gotcha!
So close. There we go. Okay. That wasn't bad. Max HP increased. Higher deck capacity. Yippee. Okay. The whole thing with the slipper, I guess, in the original story was that the slipper itself was magical enough that it would only fit Cinderella. Interesting.
A pure heart filled with light? It's strange. The Master taught me darkness needs to be destroyed. But how? If not with light?
Oh, my dear, you're too young to know. Experience more things, and you'll find the answer. Just trust in your dreams.
What a non-answer to the question. Although one could argue that darkness pretty easily destroys itself. Stroke of Midnight. Makes it easier to land critical hits. Okay, now I've got 2 other worlds available. Okay then, I suppose that's enough for one episode. Lest I carry on, start another one, and wind up having to interrupt that partway through. But while not recording, I could do some other stuff, like say go back to the Land of Departure and get those chests that maybe I just didn't get because I didn't do the tutorial. Like, I had them all as Ven, and only as Ven, because Ven's the... And I'm thinking it's because Ven's the only one that I did the tutorial with. And I didn't actually go through this area as anybody else. These chests shouldn't be too difficult to find. And I know there are some stickers in the world I was just in that I can't get yet because I don't have high jump. Is that it? Was it just 3? I guess, maybe. Oh yeah, also. There's no high jump required on the sheet. No, I'm talking about for the ones in Cinderella's world. Does it say that the high jump isn't required for those? Because I tried to get the one, and it sure seemed like... Oh yes, I definitely need cure. I will be... Yeah. I will definitely be adding cure to my command list. Edit deck. Cure. Blizzard's maxed out. I mean, I guess I could put slow in there. Quick blitz. Let me put sliding dash in there. Do. Let me double check that I got all those for the land of departure. I know I at least got 3, but I might have only gotten 3. Why is it showing? Oh, maybe because there was some of that stuff. Anyway. Finish commands. Okay, what? Right, melding. Whatever. You know what? I'll leave that be for now. Reports. Treasures. No? What did I miss in the land of departure? Okay, it's showing the 3rd one, which should have also been the mountain path. Interesting. Oh, pfft. How did I miss that? Okay. And then as far as stickers go... Yeah, there's the one I'm missing in the Castle of Dreams, but that one I would think should require the high jump. Meh, I don't know, I'll put that there for now. Not a big deal. Command collection, blah blah blah, okay. Just clearing all this stuff out so it's not constantly like, hey, you have new stuff to look at. Hey, listen, you know. That kind of thing. So what does overdrive do? I wish it would tell me. How do I figure that out? I've never really been too sure of that. Yeah, the one that I didn't get was in the courtyard, but that was up too high for me to get. Like, I tried to jump right there, and it didn't work. Neither says high jump required. I mean, I could go back and give it a try, I guess, but... Okay, what? Oh, okay, now there's bind there. Now that's all cleared out. Let me go back. Oh, wait, no. This is the closer one. Okay. Back to the world map. Saving. But yeah. After I get this stuff done, I'm probably gonna wrap it up for the stream. I did get an extra Bible study recording in, so... Slightly working on the backlog. Palace Courtyard. This one, right here. I cannot get it.
Yeah.
How did the Bible study part go? I mean, it was fine. Didn't really get too much engagement this time around. Oh, wow, okay. That seemed like it was just pure luck, or I guess it was her arm reaching up there to get it. But as far as progress through Bible study, it's... Well, we're at the book of 2 Kings, which is not one that really gets a whole lot of attention. Granted, probably more than some of the others, like, say, you know, Leviticus, but anyway. Tried to make it, but I wanted to spend time. Yeah, no, it's all good. I know I start these streams a bit on the earlier side. Okay, but yeah, that I'm pretty sure is all I could do as far as treasures and stickers for now. But yeah, the reason for the stream title being what it is, well, the Bible study part had a lot to do with the prophet Elisha, who, you know, helped out a couple of people, but then, like, his one servant helper guy sort of, like, betrayed him, I'm gonna air quote, in a way, by, like, going against Elisha's wishes and taking gifts from a certain visitor. And then in here, of course, there's the betrayal by Xehanort, essentially, of everybody else. One could argue also Terra sort of betrays Ericus and that kind of stuff, but anyway. Oh, Kat's going to the vets tomorrow. Gotcha. I mean, sorry to hear that that is likely the case. I hope it goes as well as it can. Anyway, okay. It's like, technically, I don't have too much else going on today, but at the same time, you know, getting a jump start on my edits and whatnot is probably a good idea. Also getting a little bit hungry, so, I mean, we could do around the command board, but like I said, editing and food. Yeah, well, maybe in later worlds the high jump will be required. For some of the treasures and stuff. Why is there game help stuff that I already know how this stuff works? God, but I mean, if we're trying to do command boards with all the characters, then shoot. I've got 2 with Aqua. I've got a bunch of them that I never did with Terra. Maybe that was part of the difference. You're forgetting because Aqua's more nimble than Ven and Terra. She's naturally able to jump higher than they can. True, I guess. Maybe. I also, like, literally did not even step foot in the Mirage Arena as Terra. There's also a whole bunch of other, like, kind of challenge things, apparently, that I didn't do as any of the characters, really. Always surprised the Mirage Arena even works. It's been broken since PSP days. I personally haven't had any issues with it, but, still. Did I actually do the rumble racing? Huh. I'm a little surprised that's even available as Aqua, considering I haven't gone to Disney Town where the rumble racing is. And then there's arena mode. I didn't complete, like, anything in arena mode. I'm honestly just looking at this stuff. I'm still kind of thinking I'd rather end the stream. Maybe just as a point of reference, though, I might... Honest challenge. Heal 5 times or less. Okay. Just for kicks. Because I've done basically none of these. But yeah, after this, I'll probably end the stream. I didn't even mean to heal there. It just kind of happened that way. The challenge associated with this is to heal 5 times or less. Okay, so using slow might slow down the enemy movements, but not their tracking of you. Ow. Okay, maybe I should be a little clearer, Seth. I'm thinking no on the command board. I'm gonna spend just a little more time on this game and in this stream, but otherwise I'm thinking I'll wrap things up. Oh, really? Even in slow motion as it's bouncing, I can take damage like that. Yeesh. Okay, cure. I think I'm a bit under leveled for this. I mean, I suppose that wouldn't be entirely surprising. Didn't it say that this is level 4? And I just got Aqua to level 4? More enemies now, yay! So like that wasn't even the hard part. Really? Does it adjust the strength of the enemies to whatever your level is? Okay, well, I'd rather just complete this in some way than miss it for the sake of trying to get the challenge. Well, and yet I lose. Okay, well. I gave it a shot. Maybe later on when I at least have, you know, more abilities and stuff at my disposal, and better ones, I could do something with that. Okay, anywho, I've stalled the end of the stream long enough. For real this time, I'm gonna wrap it up. Okay. So, thanks everybody for stopping by. Hope you all enjoyed. Let's just say within the next week, I will have a big announcement. But I will leave it at that for now. I'm not going to go too far with it. There might be certain other people who I know a little bit more personally that I might want to inform first. But let's just say it'll shake up my schedule. Like, a lot. Okay. I'm just looking at somebody to send the Twitch raid over to. Hey, you know what? Okay. I've watched Sente lately, but I think it's been a while since I've actually raided him. So, unless there are any objections. Hold up. Will it just mess up Tuesday or also Saturday? Probably just Tuesday. Saturday would still be fairly open. But I'll share more details on that later. Probably next week, maybe this Saturday. Although, actually, come to think of it, this Saturday might be a little out of the ordinary because I'm going to be helping run stuff at church for a funeral. So, yeah, that's a thing. Anywho, okay. Well, that's all I've got for now. Initiating raid on Sente, but I've still got a little time to wrap this up. So, again, thanks for stopping by. Hope you all have a good week, day, whatever it is until I see you next time. Feel free to check out YouTube videos if you're wanting more of this kind of stuff, but maybe just separate it a little bit. But, whatever the case is, till next time, stay cool, everybody.